Okay. It is Wednesday morning. We're gonna start a little early today. I really didn't have time to get into anything else. So why not? Why not? Hope everybody's having a good Wednesday. We last left off working on our monorail station. In the children's zoo. So let's get loaded in here. We're supposed to have another weekend of rain and thunderstorms. Can't be having all these thunderstorms. I'm never gonna be able to get any work done on my tissue paper project here. Alright, so we last left off over here. Alright, we have to do our sign and stuff. Like, most of our landscaping's pretty good. There are some bear statues that we can use. I believe. If memory serves. Polar bear. I kind of like the log one. I thought there was more than that though, so. Huh. Can't change the color on you. I don't know if I want to use you though. I mean, I definitely don't need you for the scenery rating. Like, that's for sure. Alright, so we've got the back half of that all bambooed in. Okay, we got that far. Alright, so we have to figure out some signs then. I'm not sure what we're gonna call this. Do we call it the Bear Express? The Bear Tunnel? I kind of just wanted to call it the Bear Caves. So that might be what we do here. Alright. Oh, let me take that off. So let's see. I need a T. Yeah, I can do the B is for bears over there. E H E look like a G. Like, no, that's not my letter. C A V I left out a word. Hello, Ari. Just the bare necessities. If I had the space, I was trying to like work something in with that, but I didn't quite have the room. So we're gonna have to work on our spacing here. How are you today? Hope you're well. Hopefully you're having a better week than I've had. Because mine's been pretty shitty. E-A... Oh, just... mother-in-law bullshit. Essentially. That I can't escape because we have to deal with her. Since we are in her house. It's just... I have certain things that bother me. Like, as all people do. But it's also one of the other reasons he tends to feel like I might be on the spectrum, because if it's not a certain way, then I'm not happy, and like I have a meltdown. I'm like, no, it has to be done this way, it has to be that way. And not exactly OCD. I've got some like long-standing issues. At my one job, and when I worked at the casino, there was this guy that was always standing there staring at me. That was a cashier. He wasn't my department, but we had to work in the same area. We shared the space. And then he would like come up and start talking to me when I was in the cafeteria, and I'm like, while I was reading, and I'm just like, okay. And then he just sat down at the table with me and my husband the one day, and I'm like, okay. And then he would just stare at me. He would try to sit at my desk. My desk was like, had space for 2 people to sign his keys in and out for his window. There was no reason for him to do that. And I kept telling the supervisors for the cashiers, I'm like, hey, rein your guy in, because he's starting to get a little much. Like, I have no interest in him. I'm married. I'm not really all of that chatty at work, and I'm just here to do my shit and go home. I'll chat with some people, but I have no reason to talk to him. We don't interact for any reason whatsoever. I would interact with a couple of the bankers running the cash bank and the check bank when I needed to. But no. And then the one day it came to a head where he, like, I would hide in the filing cabinets, in the filing rows, because I knew what time he left. And it got to the point where I'd be checking subpoena requests on the one computer, because only one of them had internet access in our department, or had email on it, excuse me. And I'd be back there. Where is this thing? It must be in here. Rusted. Here we go. And I would be sitting there, or just leaned over the keyboard. I didn't really sit down because I didn't want to be there that long. Seeing if I needed to print anything. And I would literally see him out of the corner of my eye, standing near where one of the, near the exit to the area we were in, staring at me. Dead ass staring at me. And I'm like, ugh, go home. Like, his supervisors caught him a couple of times and had to yell at him to go home because he was going to get overtime to clock out. No, no, no. At first I thought he was just being overly friendly. The staring got a bit weird though and started to really freak me out. And, well, the one day, I was upstairs. I was there early. Waiting to clock in. Minding my own damn business. And we have, like, picnic style benches in our cafeteria. Like, table, like a booth, I guess. Booth, table in the middle, benches on the other sides of it. And there was a couple sets that, butted up against a wall. So you could only, let me see, kind of like this, right? So you could only get out the one side. I'm sitting here, dude comes up, stands over me, and I see this shadow land over my Kindle, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I look up, and this dude is standing there, and then he puts his hand on my shoulder, like full weight, and starts talking to me, and I'm like, now I'm trapped. Like, I can't even get out to remove myself from the situation. And I'm like, what the fuck? And he's just like going on and on about stuff, and, oh, hi, how are you today? And I'm like, I'm married. And I'm like, what the hell? I was like, I gotta go. And I like bolted out of there. And I went down to my supervisor. I'm like, look, now he's touching me. Why can't you people tell him to leave me alone? Because he's not taking the hint. And I just like lost it. So I get really weirded out. Long story short, I get weirded out when people stare at me or stare in my direction when we're like the only 2 to 3 people in the area, and I can like feel eyes like boring into me. They ended up pulling him aside with multiple different attempts to try to get it through his head that this was not okay. I had to fill out a fucking sexual harassment paper. I'm like, I don't want all this. I just want the dude to leave me alone. And they're like, yeah, but for legal reasons we have to have it documented. Nobody's gonna see it. It's gonna remain in your file. Like, HR hunted me down one morning when I was leaving at like 7:30. They came across the street to my department and caught me as I was running to catch the bus. But as I was clocking out, they're like, oh, hey, we need you to do something for us. We need a statement. And I'm like, the fuck? I was like, I just want the man to leave me alone. He's married too, by the way. I just want him to leave me alone. Like, I want no parts of this. I never showed any interest in being friendly with him. Nothing. And I was just beside myself. I'm like, I want this to go away. I want him to leave me alone. I want him to pretend that I don't exist, that he's never seen me before, and then we'll be just fine. Okay? That's what I want. That's what I want. The one supervisor from the cage, I guess they thought it was funny at first, or that I was making a big deal out of it, but then they saw him doing the shit, and he would just like stare at me like he was in a trance, and I'm like, yo. They're like, yeah. So they saw it. Let me see here. They said that they would try to put him on the other side of the floor in a different room on the days that we were there together. And I'm like, okay. Well, within maybe, let's say, a week to 2 weeks, there was a whole kerfluffle going on in the back. Like, the supervisors were on the phone, they sounded agitated, and they're like, well, tells security to pull the tapes. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And, there was something going on. I had no idea what. And, come to find out, they caught him on camera, they said, attempting to steal. That he put a $100 chip next to his rack instead of in it, and there was plenty of space for it. And just, like, didn't grab it with the rest of the chips when he was counting down his window, and he was like $100 short or something. So then they decided they were gonna fire him. I don't know if it was just a convenient excuse or what, but then they fired him. So I have a thing with people staring at me, especially when we're like the only two in the room, and she does that constantly. Like, she'll stand in the dark hallway and stare towards the kitchen, which is brightly lit, and just stare for like 5 minutes at a time when she's here. And I'm like, and I've told her multiple times to not do that, and the reasons why, and she's like, oh, I'm not staring at you. I'm like, yeah, but you're staring in my direction, and it's making me real uncomfortable. Could we not? It's my skin's crawling. There's just other things, so temperate. How goes it?
Alright.
What were you doing?
I was cutting down the tall things on the guinea pig side.
Oh, like in the carport? Okay. Where's my Taiga? Tropical. Alright, alphabetical order. There we go. I'm also hypersensitive to smells. They will trigger migraines for me. Anything that has a heavy perfume base will trigger an ungodly migraine for me. And I found this out the hard way. At times. With lotions and stuff, where I couldn't figure out why I had this god-awful migraine for 3 days, and it turned out it was the lotion I was using because it had a heavy perfume scent. So I can't be around anything super smelly, and his mom loves super smelly shit. And I had talked to her about it when we first moved in, after it was starting to become a problem, because she loves her fabric softeners and all that. And step back out a little bit. Alright. And she'd be like, oh, okay. And then she would like double down on it. The one day I had almost an asthma attack from one combination of stuff that she used. So she knows I'm scent sensitive, and like, I try not to be a bitch about it, but after having the almost asthma like episode where it felt like my throat was closing up, I'm like, okay, we can't do this. I need to smell the stuff before it comes in the house. At least if it's not in the house, I know I can escape it. Please. So then she would, for a little while, she would let me smell the shit. And then she kind of stopped doing that. And she has all these like smelly ass car fresheners and stuff. I can't be in her car. And all that nonsense. And it was like that for years that she has been in this house. There is a no smelly shit unless it's approved rule for the house. There's a very few scents that don't bother me. And they're more like earthy scents. So there's like 1 to There's like 3 scents of incense I can tolerate, but one makes me real stuffy and want to sneeze. But I can kind of tolerate it. But like, we were on vacation one time. She was with us. Russell and I, you know, when you go into the different hotels, they have bars of soap for you next to the sink. They had a couple different scents, but we had our own soap with us. And the second we walked in there, they had like a lavender and verbena or something soap. I smelled it. I'm like, oh hell no, because we got in the room before she did. She was still down in the car. Because we were doing a check on the room before we lugged all of our stuff up, because we've had times where the room wasn't right. And I don't want to lug all of our shit up there just to have to move into a different room. We saw it, and I'm like, oh no, I'm like, hide that, because she's gonna use it. So we hid it behind some towels, like some extra towels, on the floor, like on the, not the floor, but on the lower shelf of the sink where, you know, there's like the extra towels and the hairdryer and stuff. Because it was a Holiday Inn, I think. I think it was a Holiday Inn. It was either a Holiday Inn or a Red Roof. I can't remember. Oh, no. It was a La Quinta. That's right. So we had the dogs with us, and the Holiday Inn at that location wasn't pet friendly. So we hid it behind some stuff so she wouldn't use it. And we told her we have to pull out our soap. She went to the bathroom and found the soap that we hid and used it. And we're like, we hid it for a reason. I can't be around that smell. That is not a good smell, and I don't want to have a migraine while we're driving. Like, no, because I get nauseous, and the husband gets triggered by people being nauseous. So it's not a win situation for anybody. So we hid it on purpose. Oh, I didn't know. We told you I can't be around the smelly stuff. Like, she plays the how to say this? She plays the ignorant card way too often when she knows, as far as I'm concerned. And you can only play that so much. When they arrived, they had belated Christmas presents. She got Russell smelly wood incense that smelled like burnt marshmallows and was really sweet, and it actually bothered Russell more than it bothered me. And then she got my mom a coffee scented candle. And Russell's like, you need to come smell this. He's like, coffee doesn't usually bother you? I said, yeah, it does. He goes, it does. I was like, yeah, I can smell it when you have coffee, and sometimes it's too much. Which is why when I'm like, what do you have? Like, what did you do? Because something smells. And I was like, it can just be too much. Because certain brands, certain amounts of it can be overwhelming for me. His usually starts to fade after a little bit, but my mom had coffee in the car the one day, and I was like, oh god. I was like, can we dump that out or open the windows or something? Because this is a lot. This is bothering me. Like, it's too strong. Because it was starting to like pierce my brain, and I'm like, I can't deal with this right now. And this candle had such a strong perfume base. I barely got to the doorway of my mom's room, and I'm like, oh hell no, get that out of here. And Russell's like, really? I said, yes, that has to go right now. So he took it outside, and we had to open the windows because the smell just laid there. It wouldn't move. It wouldn't go. It was disgusting. And I'm like, I can't. I had to leave the room. We had to open all of the windows in the house. It was bad. It was starting to give me a headache already. And I was like, no. What the hell? So I went off on him. he went off on her. And he's like, you know, you can't bring smelly stuff into this house. No, I didn't. Yeah, you fucking did. So we got into it with the candle, and then they were going to leave it outside on the porch. Russell walked outside and smelled it outside in the wind. And he goes, oh no, 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 no. The metal stand that they had sat it on, that his mom sat it on, smelled like it for days outside. I was like, what in the ever-loving fuck is the deal? She knows this can't be up here, and she fucking left in here. Like, I was pissed. But she wanted to have her way and wouldn't fucking listen. She's 70-some years old and acts like she's 3 to get her way. Because it works most of the time. People will just fucking bend the knee to not have to deal with her. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Sorry. I've hit my breaking point with this woman. No. I don't care anymore. No. Because now it's starting to feel personal. Russell's like, she's stupid. I'm like, you can only claim the stupid card so long. Okay. Him and I got into it the other day. And I'm like, no. No, this is no longer stupid. What she's doing is stupid, but you can't claim ignorance any longer when you know. You can't. It doesn't work that way. Well, he had to carry the candle back to their RV, and he told them they either have to keep it or throw it out. It cannot sit up front on the porch, because it stinks to high heaven. So she ended up putting it in their RV, and they said they were leaving like Monday or Tuesday or something. I'm like, okay, yeah, fine, whatever. Monday. Sorry, I had to think about what day it was. Monday. I could actually use this rock again. At least for the entryway, I think. Possibly. I just have to figure out where I want it to be. No, I want... Yes, thank you. Nope, too far. Can we go like here? Kind of have to line it up with here. So it was either... I guess it was Monday. Monday morning, I was taking one of the dogs out. And I'm walking across the porch, and I look down, and what do I fucking see? The goddamn candle. Sitting on the porch near where my mom sits when she goes outside to smoke. And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? I went inside and flipped out on Russell. I was like, why is that goddamn candle back on the porch? He goes, what? I said, why is the goddamn candle back on the porch? And he goes, what do you mean? I said, it's on the porch. And he's like, what? He didn't know it was on the porch. Or why it was on the porch. And was just as surprised as I was. So I went and talked to my mom. I said, hey, why is the candle back? And she goes, oh, his mom said something about bringing it back up to leave on the porch because it'll help with the mosquitoes. It's a coffee-scented candle. It's not citronella. And I can't be around this fucking candle because it makes me ill. Nope, that didn't matter. Didn't matter. Apparently I make stuff up, I guess. This woman suffers from migraines at times as well. So, I don't understand why she would intentionally want to inflict a migraine on someone else. Because that's kind of what it felt like was gonna happen. Or what she was trying to do. And Russell's like, she's stupid. She's stupid or she's got brain damage. But Russell has to get his issues from somewhere. But his mom is like 30 times worse than he is. And I'm just like, she does not... She does not seem to understand that her actions have consequences. It's not even like, oh, this is a problem for tomorrow me. No, no. This is never a problem because I'm never going to acknowledge that there's any consequences for my actions, ever. This woman is a fucking nightmare to deal with. So, I got into it. I was pissed. I was like crying pissed over this goddamn candle. He goes, I know, I talked to her. And then his aunt's like, she does it to everybody. When they tell her they don't want something, she doubles down and insists on them taking it. He's like, give her shit. So Russell's like, it's not just you. She's doing this to other people as well. I'm like, that doesn't make it right. Like, that doesn't really help. Like... That's kind of worse, almost. Because boundaries. And I have a thing about hugging people. I don't like hugging people. Like, I can hug Russell, but that took a lot of time to just willingly initiate the hug. I'm weird about hugging people, so... She is a touchy-feely type and doesn't seem to understand that I am not. And this has also been a point of contention. Yesterday on the live stream, we started early. Because we had to do a bit of stuff. I was actively felting something with sharp needle in my hand. Actively stabbing something. And I'm live. And I hear her in the background go bye, and then she said my name. And I'm like, whatever. I'm busy. She knows I live stream. If I'm actively ignoring you, I'm doing something, and I will deal with you later, or what the hell ever. It's not like you're never coming back. You're coming back in a couple of months. Like, what the hell? Fine, bye, go. I'm still mad about the candle from the day before. But, and sometimes she has smelly shit on, so I don't like to get all up close on her, because that's just asking for a migraine. Well, she apparently didn't like the fact that I didn't respond when she was leaving, or even acknowledge her, because I was actively talking about what I was doing and trying to concentrate so I didn't stab thyself, because I can do that when I'm not distracted. She comes up behind me, and this is the point where I like freaked out and muted the microphone and had to walk away for a little bit. She comes up behind me. My chair is very tall. It's kind of like a gamer chair. Like the back of the chair comes up to the back of my head. Reaches around me. And I see fingers like coming under my chin area while I'm using a sharp barbed needle out of nowhere. When I heard footsteps, I thought she was going to come around the desk and wave in my face. No. She quadrupled down, A, being behind me, B, touching me while behind me without warning, and C, while I'm doing something with a very sharp object. I flipped the fuck out. She scared the shit out of me. I like threw the needle across the desk because I was mad and upset. And then it rolled off the back of the desk and hit the floor. And then I thought that I had a sharp piece of needle somewhere. So I had to try to find that. And then I had to walk away. And then when I walked away, I'm like, no, this is not okay. So I went outside because they hadn't left yet, because I was about to yell at Russell because I'm like, where the fuck are you? Because he usually runs interference with his mom. And he was outside talking to his aunt because they might have to come back sooner than they were planning on, because there's a family medical emergency ongoing with one of my aunt's husbands. So we don't know if we're going to have to leave for Florida sooner than later, depending on what's going on with his issue. And apparently his mother never told her sister that, who she's traveling with, and the sister had no idea. And I'm just like, oh my god. And all I can think of is, I hope to hell we don't have to go sooner than later, and that they're not in Canada, because there was talk of them trying to go to Canada. So my hands were shaking for a little bit after that. I had to calm down. I was not happy. Was not... You don't do that shit. And she was like, oh, no big deal. And then she's like, oh, can I get a hug? I'm like, the fuck? It's like, no, you're not getting a hug. Not after that. Hell no. Why would I reward your bad behavior with a hug? Yeah. Like, I barely reluctantly give her hugs to begin with. Why the fuck? After that. Like, I started like yelling at her from across the yard. I'm like, that was incredibly dangerous. Do you know how dangerous that was? I could have seriously hurt myself. I probably would have had to go to urgent care or the ER if it had gone through my finger. You okay?
Yeah, it's just way too humid out for that.
Really?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Did you get anything done?
Yeah. I used the battery.
Okay.
I got all the weirdly long stuff in the backyard and the side yard.
Okay, you didn't do the front though.
No, I haven't gotten the front yet.
Okay. He was doing yard work. It was supposed to rain again. So, yeah, they've left now. So, and that's only one of the many things that's happened recently. So. This woman is just too much for me to handle. Alright, so we're trying to build our cave. I'm just kind of using these rocks to start out with. We're no stranger to building caves. we built a whole ass cave system in Streamland Park when we made the bug caves. And that was a cave system, oh shit, that we put together around different exhibit shells. So I'm gonna start out with like these guys, and then we'll add some other stuff around it where we need to. Ref just showed up. Can you show her the bear section you just made? I was trying to explain to her your OCD and organization of the areas in the theming. Okay, the bears themselves? Alright. So, I took, well, first of all, let's do an overview. I took, the walkway was custom fenced and railed for what we're doing for this place. This plant is native to them. These plants were native to these guys, and that plant was native to them. This and this are the same, so it kind of like bookended them. And then up here, we've got, let me go into explore mode. And then up here, we've got, what was this? I think this was the sloth bear. All up into here, and we've got the benches, and we've got our mascot, did you know, signboards, and we've got a educational speaker. So you can get, I've got a lot of the enrichment objects up front so you can kind of see them when they're up here using that or eating or what have you. We've got to be quiet signs and don't feed them signs. We've got a whole bunch of benches and trash cans up here. This is a cut through for staff to go back that way. That side's not so pretty. We've got a cut down to go whatever is going to end up over there. And then we've got our next bear. I think this was the grizzly bear. And same thing, same zoo mascot and the did you know next to the signboard for that one. And again, we've got these guys up here and their talk sign. We don't have a talk going on at the moment. And then you can get a view up here. And we've got 2 signs for each animal and should be 2 sets of donation bins for each one. I had to add drink stands up here because everybody was complaining that they were thirsty. So I don't know why you would get milk out of a vending machine, but okay. More for them because I'm not partaking. This is the pandas. There's one there. I guess the rest of, oh, there's one in the bushes. I guess the rest of them are back in the panda hut. And we got the panda signs. And all of the people, the panda talk point. And more benches, and then because we did the canopy of leaves, it gives us shade, and it also kind of makes you feel like you're in a forest while you're looking at the bears, so like you're in the trees, kind of. Yeah, there's a better shot of the bears. And we got another drink station, another ramp down. I still have to do something with that building. We'll get there. Another staff cut through. I'm so tired of seeing people trying to post links for this website because it's the same website. So yeah, another staff cut through. She's very impressed. Well, thank you. I'm not the greatest habitat builder, but we try. I think this was the Himalayan brown bear, I think. Or maybe this was the grizzly bear and the other one was the Himalayan brown bear. I don't remember. Does the sign say? I don't remember. I didn't make an individual sign for these guys. And same thing with this. And then we've got one more bear up here, another staff cut through. And I had to add solar panels up here because I didn't have enough power reaching here from out there. And I didn't want it closer because these have a larger negative space. And then I think this is the Formosan. Got a cave in the back. Whoop, I almost ended up in the bear section. I almost ended up in there with him. Where is he? They must be in the cave back there because I don't see anybody out here. And then we go down here. And I've got a monorail station over here. Or do I want free? Look, I think I want free. And we have a monorail system. I have it in shuttle mode. I originally tried to do this as a river. Oh, that is janky wobbly. I originally tried to do this as a river with a boat ride. And I was gonna call it like Bear River Rapids or something, but that didn't quite work out because I couldn't put that in shuttle mode, and I would have had to have taken it back through the staff area to loop it back around, and that wasn't gonna quite work. So, because it's all staff behind all of this. So I decided to go monorail and shuttle mode it. So this is our staff area all back in here. And we've got all sorts of things. We've got quarantines and keeper huts and all of it. This was our most recent build, was this monorail shuttle station. And now we are working on doing our cave for the tunnel so that when you ride through, you can get a ground view of the bears. Bear level. So that's what we're working on now. Is trying to get this sorted here as best as we can. Sometimes that works out a little better than others. I know a lot of people are like, oh, you need to rotate everything, and I'm just like, yeah, but some of this shit looks the same no matter how you rotate it. Like, I'm not seeing a difference. Like, some of the plants and stuff, they're like, oh, you should rotate them. I'm like, okay, but it looks exactly the same to me. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. Alright, so this is our solar panel. We need to... I keep wanting to go facilities for the rocks, and that doesn't work. Okay. It wanted to attach itself to there. I'm not gonna let it attach itself to there, but hey, it leveled out for us. I'm fine with that. Gonna pop this back on. At least while we encapsulate the platform here. this guy is sitting on. So it's been a very stressful week. A stressful couple of weeks. There's been other shit that's been going on with her too. That's not exactly been grand, but there's really nothing I can do about that other stuff at all. It's kind of like one of those situations where you're forced to watch someone kind of self-destruct, but not. It's just, it's tough watching someone that has no concept of my actions will have consequences down the road. And because it's not a consequence today, it's a problem for later me, or it will never be a problem for later me because I don't understand consequences of my actions. Wow, that's a big rock. But we're also tied into the consequences of some of her actions. They will affect us if it goes too far. So it's kind of ridiculous to have to sit here and sit on one's hands while it happens. And it's like, no, no, this is not okay. Alright, can I put you here? Kind of. I'm gonna try to add some foliage up here too. If I can get away with it. I don't know that I can. I don't know that I can. We might try though. Like, I'm not gonna be able to put trees on the top because the trunks have to go somewhere, right? So I can't have them digging down in here too far. A little bit of daylight coming through there. Alright, where's that spot? Where is the daylight? Oh, but it's right there. That should take care of that. So whenever I have to deal with this woman, she spikes my blood pressure unbelievably badly. And the sister that she's traveling with, doesn't help in that regard sometimes. Like, sometimes the sister is almost as bad as she is, sometimes, in regards to some things. That's probably okay. And we only agreed for her to do this traveling around nonsense for a little while. We thought it was only going to be like a couple of months, and we're going on a couple of years now, and it's starting to become not financially viable for her to keep doing this. But she's insisting on keeping doing this, so I really want to sell this place while people are still clamoring for real estate here. While we can, because there needs to be a lot of work done on this place. Like, a lot. This would be a handyman's dream It needs a lot of stuff happening with it. And we don't want to stay in this area. The people in this area can be, I don't know what I did there. Can be a lot at times. To put it mildly. And we both kind of just don't want to deal with this anymore. But my mom's also a problem in that regard, because she's living with us. And she does not want to leave the area. Because my dad's buried here, and we're like, you have a cemetery plot here. Just because we leave the area doesn't mean you can't be buried here. We can bring you back here to be buried here. And she's like, no, I'm not leaving your father. And I'm like, right. She's like, well, I feel like I'm holding you guys back. I was like, you are. We can't move forward with our lives if you're gonna dig your heels in like this. Well, I'll get an apartment. She can't get an apartment. She can't live alone. She's too unsteady on her feet. She's fallen a couple times here. Like, we had to get her like a call button kind of thing to wear around the house. Kind of like the I've fallen and can't get up commercials, but it's not connected to like Life Alert or like 911 or anything. It just, an alarm goes off in our room, so we know she has an issue or fell or something and needs us. Because the one time she said she was yelling for us, but we can't hear her because she has her TV up so loud. Like, I thought I had heard something. Like, a thud or something, but the cats can jump on the floor and cause that sound in various places of the house. And the husband's like, it's probably one of the cats fucking around. But no, it turned out that it was her. So we ended up getting that. She was okay. We made her go to the ER the one night, though, because we wanted to be sure. She wasn't sure. She couldn't definitively say if she had hit her head or not, and we're like, okay. You know what? You're gonna make us feel better. Well, that's temperate. Oh, was this temperate too, or was this Taiga? That was temperate. I'll leave that one. Where's my Taiga? Oh, T-A, not T-I. Okay, that's why I keep having... Learn to spell. I hear Taiga. And I'm thinking T-I. Which is why I keep having trouble finding these guys. I really should go and report that link poster. Alright, I might... do I want to put Ivy in here? I mean, we could. Alright. Okay, so I'm going to... I did have this as grass, but I think we're going to color this in as stone. Just to kind of match with the rest of this, to make it feel like it's actually cave-like. Oh, this is all grass in here too. Well, let's see if we can do something about that, because it wouldn't stay grass for very long, being blocked out from the sun and all. So I wasn't sure if I was going to start the cave roof from the building, or if I was going to have a little bit of daylight before entering it. I think I might just start it off from the building. That might be the easiest way to go here. I've got to put lighting in here too, because it's going to be very dark. Maybe we could like put some mushrooms and stuff. Oh, don't I have glowy mushrooms? I need to look into that. So we're gonna fill this all in. Gonna be tight quarters in there. I had to put the thing on the track so I could see how close I could bring the walls in. Wasn't sure. Okay, so we've got this guy here. So for anybody that's new at here, we are doing like an it is a children's zoo, and I'm kind of doing an alphabet theme. So we've got a few A animals over here, and we might add a couple more on the other side of the food court. I haven't decided yet, but we're working on the B animals. So we've got the bear caves over here. And all we've put in so far for the letter B is bears. We are working on getting a few more bee animals in here. I have a list. I want to do a butterfly garden. We've done those before. Well, we did one in Streamland, and that worked out pretty well. I did enclosed buildings there. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do here. Huh. Sorry, I had a thought of reusing something else that we made, but I don't know if that would work. I'm really not sure. So we had... Oh, where was it? For Park Oceana. I blueprinted a rounded habitat that we built. That was a pain in the ass to build. Did I not blueprint it? I could have swore I did. No, that's something different. What did I name it? Staff path entry. That was the gondola station. There it is. But I think it might be too big. I mean, it would work for... It was a staff enterable dome. It's a pain in the ass to make. Which is why I ended up blueprinting it. Might be a little much for a butterfly dome. Might be. Plus it's a little beachy themed for here. I would have to do some adjustments. I really should go back and finish Park Oceana. We never did finish. I think I still have the rules for it somewhere in my one Discord. Let's see. Can I use you? Alright, you kind of slide into there pretty well. So I know we're using a lot of the same rock, but I'm going to add in some smaller guys here. To change some things just to kind of break it up a little bit. Like, I like that they've got the ability to pick them up from, like, the cross sections of the arrows now, but sometimes they're a pain to try to grab. Nope. Alright, I just have to make sure we're not... Alright, that's a little far. Might still be a little close. Right, that might be okay. Like, I also don't want to come too far out. Damn it. You know what, we'll go with this one instead. This one's smaller. I forgot I hadn't actually placed it yet. Okay, yeah, that'll work out better. But I don't want to come out too far because I wanted to put things out here. I haven't fully decided what yet. We're gonna need things though. So right now, happiness is pretty good, energy is pretty good, food's pretty good, everything's pretty good. We're all green. The zoo is still a little small though, so I might try to add some exhibit animals in along the front here. don't know if I have the room, though. That's the only problem. Like, I might be able to do some beetles here, but I'd have to really squish them in. So I'm a little hesitant to. I could do an information booth here. We've got one down at the axolotl house. We still have to come back and finish this. I forgot we still hadn't landscaped this over here. We've got the gulpy stand that we put in recently. Okay, there's a lamp post. We probably need another lamp post here. And probably one here. So, I mean, I still have to come back and finish that. Like, I don't know, maybe we put in an information booth here. Because I want to be able to, have room for the keeper hut nearby. And viewing area, and to be able to do, like, a little statue guy. I don't think I have quite enough room there. Maybe here. But then I have to put in my B is for bears. Like, we'll probably have room in here to do something, right? And we could do a B is for bears thing here. Because there's actually a good number of bee exhibits. We've got a couple different beetles. I was debating just doing a blanket B is for bugs. And just doing a bug house, but I don't know. I feel like I'm always doing houses for them, and I don't have too many freestanding exhibit kiosks. So I kind of feel like maybe we should try to do a couple for that. I have to pull out my spreadsheet because there was one day where we went through all of what we considered to be bee animals and I wrote them down. So like there's a bunch, like there's a boa, but I consider the boa an S for snake. It's just a type of snake. That might be the same exact position. No, not exactly. Okay, so that does have a gappy gap right there. Alright, we haven't done much on this side. I've neglected this side a little bit. But only a little. Am I clipping? Not really. Okay. That can go hang out there. Alright, that looks pretty good there. Alright, so... No. There we go. Like, why are you making this harder than it has to be? Why? So I'm kind of sad. The one well, the one dude I would watch occasionally that would post live streams from Key West, like they would do like a sunset walk at night, or they would participate in whatever parade was happening and they would live stream it. They're moving. They're jumping islands. They're moving to St. Martin. Which seemed like an interesting choice, but now I'm not gonna have to find somebody else. If I can find somebody else. There's a few live cameras from down there. There's one or two with outside views in front of Sloppy Joe's bar. There's two different ones for Mallory Square. They actually shut down part of Mallory Square a week, 2 weeks ago? Because engineers suddenly decided it was unsafe, and I'm like, wait, what? We were sitting in the very spot that is now closed off temporarily until they do some repairs or whatever to the boat dock area. Literally sat my ass in a couple of those different spots. The one time we were there, and I can't remember if it was when we were there in February. No, it had to have been when we were there during the hurricane. We were going down, or we went down, end of September. So we were kind of trying to... We actually went down a day early, and managed to extend our hotel a day early. And they're like, yeah, that's fine, come on. We got rooms. Because we were trying to beat the storm coming in, because we didn't know if they were gonna, like, shut down part of US 1 or not. And, because we were driving in. And apparently a lot of people canceled their vacation. We weren't going to unless they ordered an evacuation, and I was, because usually it's the tourists they kick out first. And I was watching, and there was no mention of an evacuation gonna happen. The only thing they were concerned with was maybe some flooding, because the island's, like, at sea level. And the highest part on the island, I think, is only, like, 5 feet above sea level, maybe. So we weren't overly concerned. We were a little concerned about the flooding potential, but we didn't want to cancel something that we had planned for many months for, like, no reason if we didn't need to. And the storm just kind of sideswiped the Keys barely. I think the power went out one night for maybe an hour, which was interesting because we didn't know if we could leave our room and get back in. We were able to. I guess maybe the key readers have a battery backup or something. So we were able to do that, and we kind of went outside to see what was happening. Because, you know, the hotel rooms get hot when there's no air conditioning. So, we had a fan, but no power. So, it's like, okay. So we kind of ventured outside and we were sitting where a whole bunch of other people were. And, the power ended up coming back on. But when it came back on, all of the transformers down the one side of the street were arcing. And it was so wild. And, the front desk lady that had checked us in when we arrived, she had like poked her head outside and we're like, hey, are they supposed to do that? Like, is this normal for down here? And she's watching them because they were kind of like, it was almost like 2 to 3 blocks long of transformers arcing. She's like, no. No, that's not normal. So, she tried to call somebody. And she's like, well, they said they'll send somebody out. We never saw anybody come out. But then the fire alarm at the hotel across the street from us went off. And, everybody was outside and there was, I guess, I don't know if they were girls there for a bachelorette party or what it was, but they kind of struck me as like college age. They had the feel of like sorority girl to them. And, they were outside all like being like screamy and yelly. And I don't know if they were trying to wait for a bus, because they have a bus that goes around the island. But then they just ended up walking and I was like, okay. And the people at the bar at the hotel across the street didn't seem too fazed by the fire alarm going off next door or whatever. I think some people poked their heads up and were looking, but then they just kind of went back to drinking. And we were like, what is happening? But while we were there, the one morning, I don't know, the waves were pretty rough because of the hurricane going by. So we had ventured down to Mallory Square just to check things out, see what was happening. And I could have swore at that point there was like a loud noise that kind of was like a thunk thunk. And I was like, what the hell was that? And I watched again, and like as the wake was coming in from a boat or the waves were just kicking up in the harbor, there were sections of brick that flew up out of their seating in the walkway of the pier and popped up and then popped back down as the water was rushing up. And I'm like, huh. I'm like, is that okay? Like it was a little concerning. And we're like, did I just see what I saw? Russell didn't see it, I don't think. That was the only day I had seen it do that. So I was like, okay, I guess that's fine. And that section is the section that they've got shut down now because I don't know, something's wrong. I don't know what they've suddenly decided is not right, but I was like, oh, okay. You are temperate. I keep grabbing the wrong one. Although it looks kind of weird now because that is temperate. Although we'll stick some foliage up there. It'll be fine. Okay, so how are we looking underneath here? Okay. Alright. That's kind of cool. Oh, do we have water dripping? Hold on. Do we have a water drip? probably don't. Jet. Bubbles. Underwater bubbles, to be specific. Guess we don't have a water drip. Oh, maybe under ambient. Dirt. Dirt falling. We could do the dirt falling. Blossoms, dandelions, leaves. Mist. I don't really want to do mist though. Smoke. They added confetti. For reasons I don't know. I don't know. Adding the dirt special effect might be a little much down here. Alright. So that's not terrible. Like I said, I still want to come in and do some lighting down here, and I want to add some oh shit, right. I didn't plan for that. Was I just gonna I'm looking at this. I think I was just going to rock it off. I don't think I was going to do anything too fancy there, because on the other staircases I added like the roof pieces here to like wall that off. But I think since we're going with the rock, I don't really necessarily think I need to do the dry stone in here. That would match the station. I think we're okay. Like, I think we're okay. All right, now you. I think. Oh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get away with you there. Like, I might have to do. Oh. Oh, no, wait. Okay. My misinterpretation of that. Okay, so if I put you there. Alright, I'm gonna need to hit play for just a second. I want to see how much room I've got here. Height-wise. Okay, so you gonna tilt this way. How do I want to deal with this? So that I'd probably have to put there. Okay. And this guy. Might have to use the smaller. The smaller guy. Height-wise, I'm okay there. Not great, but not super terrible either. Okay, where's the little one? No. No, you're here. Can I find you? Might not be able to find you. Alright. Let's go grab one then. This guy. Hey, this guy here. I don't think that'll be... Dang it. I don't think the gap there will be too bad. There is a bird outside. Whose chirp sounds like something electronic going beep beep beep. Driving me crazy. Like, what is making the noise? Like, it doesn't sound like a normal bird. Oh my goodness, the beep beep beep. Okay, so that does leave us with a little of a gap here. I mean, I probably should have went with the faux rocks because I could have colored those. But sometimes trying to color those can be a bit of a nightmare. Where'd you go? Okay, so I could, in theory, put you there. Where is that at? Oh, okay. And then like right here. Beep, beep, beep. It's kind of hard doing it from this direction. No, no. I want you to go... Not exactly. Okay. You need... No. Okay, fine. Come this way. Okay. Good. So this one feels a little low now. I don't know if touching that's going to come back to bite me in the ass. Hopefully not. Alright, so this guy. Okay. How far up into the pathway are you? Don't seem to be. Okay. Well, that's something. Okay. And I want another one of these guys. Can I, like, angle you, maybe? That might be a bit better of a fit there. This is already a very low... Okay. Like that kind of works. Kind of, sorta. Excuse me. So I've just grabbed our terrain paint. And I've got rough rock currently selected. Because I did have this all grassy green, but if we are truly a cave system here, we wouldn't be all that grassy down here in the dark. Not really. Alrighty. I don't think the bears will be too mad about this after the ordeal that we had trying to get them happy. You okay? What's wrong?
Huh?
You made an unhappy noise.
Well, I'm doing as best I can.
Do I need to do anything for you?
Nope.
Alright. Okay. So we're kind of caught up to there. Now. I feel like I need another rock over here. It just feels a little I don't know. It just feels a certain way. Like there's too much stuff overhanging maybe, and not enough stuff in the way to kind of support it. Kind of, sorta. Alright, that feels a little better. Okay, so over here. That there. I want to have some of the rocks coming off of this. Just so it's not like a sheer rock face. So that'd be a little weird. Okay. Alright, I do want to put the info booth here. I think I am definitely going to do that. We want to. I think that was there from when we were originally trying to figure out placement over here. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so we might make this in the same kind of stone, perhaps, as the station. Okay. So then here, have like a little, I don't know, gardening extension thing there. Alright, we'll come back to that. But I wanted to put that in place so I didn't forget that I wanted to do that there. Alright, this guy, I am going to pop you up there. I don't want this. There to close that off. Okay. So there's that. Oh, snap. Joints are kind of snappy today. Alright, do I want this guy? Maybe. If I can get it in here just so. Which might be easier said than done. Okay. Might have to go with the shorter one in sections for this. Just so I have less to try to wiggle in here. So this guy. Okay, that was a little much. That made my body vibrate. There's a lot of people that seem to compensate for things with vehicles around here. Or at least that's what it feels like. Guess that's not quite good enough though. What about this guy? Is that on an angle? No. Is it you? It's you. Okay. Did not realize this sign. Okay, that's better. And this guy. Okay, that's better. Alright, so back to this. Okay, but what does that look like down here? Well, again, roofs are my nemesis. I should probably make sure that these guys aren't offended by the Taiga rocks. I don't think they will be. Oh, you might be. You actually might be. You're not connected to a habitat, so we might be okay. I think if you connected to the habitat, then we would have a wee bit of a problem. But you haven't yet, at least, so... You seem to be all good there. If I bring you over... You... And then... You. Okay. Like, I don't think they can really... see that all that well. I think we're okay there, because if you're sitting in here... I don't want to be in this seat. Used to be a way that you could... There we go. So if you're sitting in seat 1, or I guess seat 3 or 4, your view is gonna just be of a rock wall. I guess. Alright. So... I need to bring this way. But, you know, not every seat's gonna be a winner. I don't know how much to charge for this. I don't think we set a price on it yet. Yeah, I don't think I did. Okay, we were still kind of fussing. With this over here. Oh, that's right. That's how I ended up with that. That's kind of big. That's kind of tiny. I forgot how I ended up with this piece. Now we definitely remember how we ended up with it. Alrighty. As long as we can keep this guy. I'm getting a little too out of hand here. Should be okay. Alright, so that's probably as good as that's gonna get there. You. I'm gonna grab for in here. Alright, so you are touching. Oh, your friend is touching too. Okay. I can't really have you intersecting too much. I don't really want you attached to the habitat when you're not the right rock for the habitat. Alright. I guess that I probably should try to take this all across underneath, maybe? But I also need to make sure I'm not being too high. So we do have one-way glass in place. I almost want that $10 panel. Might make this a little bit easier. Maybe. A little tricky because of the angle that I'm currently at. Okay, this is a disorienting angle. Oh gosh, I'm like craning my head to try to see this. Okay. Nah, that's not what I wanted. Like, it doesn't have to be perfect. Just so long as that we can get the illusion of a rocky ceiling here without bringing down the roof on top of our car here. A little messy, but I think we're doing okay-ish. I think we can pass that without clipping it. Yeah. Okay. So we still have to figure out what we're doing here. I mean, it might just be easier to go with something like this. For the most part. And then we can just kind of add some more rocks where needed. Oh, hold on one second. That was interesting. Don't think I've ever heard it say that before. Our phone announces who's calling. So if it comes up like a wireless caller or a town or a person's first and last name, It does not discriminate. It says whatever is there, so that's why I muted real quick. And it said, I think it said cell phone AR. I've never heard it say that before. Or it may not have said that at all. And that's just what it sounded like. The AI voice on that thing is kind of hard to understand. Then over here, that one there. Oh, that might be better. Kind of like that a little better. Alright, so we'll go with that one. And maybe that one. Alright. So we have that there. Got a gift shop back there. Let me pull up my spreadsheet real quick. Okay, so buffalo we can't put in here. Bison, I need something small. Butterflies are going to take up a little bit of room. We've got 1, 2, 3 different beetles. 2 different bats, but those are walk through. Okay. So we've got info booth there. Don't know if I really wanted bees for bears right there. We might just do some tree foliage that matches the sloth bear out in here. Do maybe something beetle-y here? Is that enough room though? I mean, We can go. B is for bears. In there. Could we get away with this though? Because I've got a wall there. So how many beetles do we have? Goliath, Scarab, and Italian. Titan. Oh god, Italian. Oh my god. There's not even an L in that. Titan. I'm sure there is an Italian beetle, but... Okay. So... if we... One, two, three... Four... That leaves a slot on the end for a wall there and a wall there. And then... it's 4, 5, 6. Okay. I kind of want 2 on each side. Wall here, wall there. We do the talk point here. And then we need... let's see, can I get away with... I need my I hate everything about you circle. Oh gosh, does that mean you're already at 100%? Oh. Okay. Alright, let me take the heat map off. You're at 27%. Okay. So here's what I want to do. Okay, let's see if we can make this work. How about you just don't do that? And then all of us will be happy. And I don't remember what I had you at. Oh, I guess it was max. Didn't remember that quite being max, but okay. Alright, so now... Well, yes and no. Okay, it kept that. Doesn't give us very much room to work with. Does it? Like, it makes this a little janky. Ugh. And it's you. Your pathways, man. That's probably as even as it's gonna get, to be perfectly honest. For me, at least. Okay, I'm not gonna have enough room for the staff to come through the backside. So... You're just not gonna cooperate here, are you? No. All of the no. Okay. Well, how about... I move you. If you're gonna be stubborn about it. Excuse me. You're supposed to be staff pathway. Ah, that's why. You're like, no. I'm gonna be stubborn. Okay. That should not be too far. Like, I just want you to maybe just line up a little bit nicer. Is that really asking quite so much? Apparently so. Apparently so. Like, we somehow managed to malformed path. Okay, sometimes the grid behaves for us. Not all of the time, but sometimes. That kind of works. It's probably the best that I'm gonna get it at this point. Your senior rating is already 100%, and I haven't even put a facade on you. Alright, let me just make sure that you're not touching. I wish that they could make the pathway a little more distinguishable when in this heat map. So you have to like really zoom in to see it. Alright, we're fine there. Or at least I do. Okay. So that plan's in place for at least one of the beetles. Didn't quite want to twist it that much. Alright, now that should be like one keeper should be able to, ought to be able to take care of that. I might be able to squeeze in a small beetle statue. Oh, that does mean I don't... Oh, that means I lose my wall there on the end, though. Well, that's okay, because I might be able to put the beetle statue over here I still think we're okay. Alright, I think I can work with that. This guy. Turn this way. Now, how many beetles did we have again? 1, 2. We have 3. 3 beetle species. Okay. Now, to kind of tie in with the cave work theming, I might make all of these the same color as we made the station, just so it stands out but blends in a little bit. I don't think no, we were in the process of. That's okay. It's a distracted kind of day. And you know what? That's okay. Kind of figured this cave would take all of today, if not more than one day. Because we've got quite a bit of ground to cover here. Feels pretty good. There's our station. Okay. All right. And this guy. Start turning you just a little bit. These are the same rocks, right? Okay. They looked completely different shades. I guess just the way the sun's hitting them. Oh, stretches! Stretches pops Crackles. Okay, so... Alright. Sorry, I had to check on something real quick. Okay, so we'll get this guy. Hopped into here. And we'll turn this guy. I will say, the one thing, I'm trying to get the eBay store back up, right? The one thing I am so bad at is trying to figure out what to price something. Because, you know, I'm trying to make it so I get some kind of money out of it. And I know everybody's like, well, don't shortchange yourself, you know. You price it this and then you cut out the cost of materials. And, you know, divide by this, that's how, you know, how many hours it took. That's how much you're paying yourself. And I'm like, yeah, that's great and all, but, if I charged that, nobody would buy it. If I charged it so that I was like making $8 an hour minimum, nobody would buy it. This is gonna be tricky. So I am terrible at pricing things because I try to price them at like what I think a fair value would be for them. And I'm not necessarily trying to shortchange myself, but I'm also trying to be realistic about what I think people are gonna pay. I've seen a few things on there that made me blink a couple times because I was like, I'm sorry, what? I mean, I understand what you made that out of is a little pricey. But at the same time, oh my. But then again, I'm broke, so you're like, I'm like, I wouldn't have the money to pay for that. Okay. So I guess I need to... Okay, so we kind of did an angle and then we kind of did a straight one, I guess, over here. I mean, it doesn't need to be completely uniform. It is rocks. It shouldn't be completely uniform. I suppose. That's a good sized rock for $5. That's a good sized guy. And yet this guy is also $5. He's quite a bit smaller. Don't know if that's quite as good of a deal. I mean, I guess if you need it, it doesn't really matter so much. Didn't mean to close that. Alright. I guess I'm gonna have to put a sign up that says no climbing on rocks. I mean, technically I don't have to. 'Cause they are simmy people, so... It's not like it's real people's safety we have to take into account for here. Although, would it matter? I mean, the parents are gonna let them do what they're gonna let them do anyhow, but at least our ass would be covered, I suppose. Like, hey, we did our part. You're the one letting your child run wild. Let's see. Alright, that's not so bad. Alright, now... This is that same rock we were using. Kinda... It's lit up. There we go. Let's say, what the heck? Alright, that's not so bad. Kinda have to pile them up here and there, just to kind of break up some of the repetitiveness. Oh, no worries. You're fine. I have lots of people that bounce back and forth and in and out at times. Say we're just working on rocks. Not quite as exciting as watching paint dry. But, you know. It's close. Oh. Too far, too far, too far. That is a bug. Or when you're in the XY and you try to zoom in, it'll throw you halfway across the map. we're just working on our cave ceiling here. Or trying to. Not real sure how successful we're being, but we're definitely giving it a good old try. Oh, this is such a disorienting angle. Oh, it's making my neck hurt, and I don't even have my body bent that way. That's wild. No, no, go that way. I need to see. Where we're at here. Okay, I don't think I'm coming up through the walkway. I think we're okay there. So this... Okay, we want the green one here. Nope, 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 not what I wanted to do. It's probably as good as that spot's gonna be. Okay. Let's pop up out of there real quick. Okay. Now. Okay, so this guy. If I had more pieces that I felt like would work in here a little bit better. Probably be a little bit easier. But a lot of these pieces are just like too thick. For what I'm trying to do. Sorry, I keep like stopping and trying to see how we're doing on the whole. Trying to take a step back for a second. Just so I don't tunnel vision too hard. So we can stick some of our trees in and around it here. Might need to add one more rock in there. Maybe not. The trees might break it up enough. Although when we come back in and add the landscaping around the rocks, we'll have to be careful. Because we don't want any sections of tree necessarily interacting with the monorail. That might not be a good thing. Alright, we don't want anybody getting whacked in the face with a sudden tree branch that shouldn't be sticking through a solid rock wall. Okay, so we have to get over to here. Right, that's about where I left off. Actually, left off there. Okay. So... figure out what I want to do here. I mean, I guess I could double up. But is that something I really want to do? I don't think I necessarily need to. Like, do double of this big squarish guy. I don't think I really need to. Okay. Now I know it's a little flat. I haven't put the finishing rocks on the top of this. Just trying to figure out placement here. For this other stuff. Okay, so this guy. It is so strange hearing planes here. Like, I'm not a stranger to hearing airliners go over. It's just, it's strange here because we didn't used to. It's one of the things I noticed right away when we moved here was that there was very little overhead airline traffic. However, lately there seems to be quite a bit more than there used to. Like, you would hear like the private, like, Cessna prop plane kind of things, like private use, like the little tiny, like, 1-seater, 2-seater guys. Uh-oh. Buddy, on the move. Where are you, bud? Probably. Yeah, actually, he kind of is. He took a long nap.
Sleeping better than the rest of us.
He was tucked in with you.
Yeah, for a bit, but he kept, like, changing. And every time I rolled around more than once, he'd flip out and start looking at me and nudging me.
Pet me if you're gonna wake me up.
Basically, yes.
I think you...
At one point, he was bodily throwing himself against me.
He either wanted more room so he could stretch out and wanted you to move over.
Yeah, well, I couldn't do that or pet him.
I was surprised he didn't come over to me.
Again, both little weasels were up against me last night.
She was in the dog bed when I got up to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, she did that right before you got up.
And I think he was mad that she was in his bed. This needs to... These dogs, man. We have a queen-size bed. But it feels like there's not enough room for all of us in there. These... Zuzu is maybe 20 pounds. He's like a corgi mix, but he's a bit smaller than your average-sized corgi. She... Miss Snuffles... I think she's a Shih Tzu. She's a chunky Shih Tzu at that. I don't know. She's gotta be... She can't weigh more than him, I'll put it that way. She's a bit smaller than him. A little bit, but she feels as heavy when I have to pick her up. But I'll tell you, when those two get in bed with us, feels like there's not enough room for us. Oh, what happened there? I think I hit an arrow that I didn't want to hit. Oh, this phone today? I'll be right back. We keep getting somebody calling us from Russellville, Arkansas. We don't know anybody from Russellville, Arkansas. One of Russell's, my husband, not the town, one of his ex-friends, when he had gotten the cell phone number that he has now, had given it to his friend, I guess, so his friend could get a hold of him. And the friend was like, oh, that's my old cell phone number. We kind of think the friend was full of shit. Because, that would be very strange, right? For two people that have known each other for some time suddenly wind up with the same phone number. That's a little weird. It's like, well, why did you get rid of that phone number? That doesn't sound right. I mean, usually when people get a cell phone number, they hang on to it because they attach a lot of stuff to it. So it seemed odd for him to say that. Well, they had a bit of a falling out. The friend was always a little strange, where he was a fair weather friend, as far as his interactions with my husband went. So, if there was something better or more interesting to him to do, he would go do that after making plans to do something with my husband, and not call my husband and say, oh, hey, yeah, something came up, I'm not gonna make it for this. Husband and I are real anal when we make plans with people. It's like, if you can't do this, if something comes up, it's fine. We don't care, but please tell us. Like, we're not gonna be mad that you can't make it, but we are gonna be mad if you leave us hanging for hours on end, because we've both had it happen to us multiple times where a friend said, oh yeah, I'll be there around X time, I'll pick you up and we'll go do something. Or we'll go see X movie or something, whatever. Fill in the blank for the activity. We've both been ghosted by people that couldn't be bothered to call us and be like, hey, something came up. Somebody asked me if I wanted to go do this, and I've been really, really wanting to. Can we take a rain check on this? We wouldn't care. We'd be like, okay, fine. We might be a little disappointed, but we're not going to be mad, right? I'd rather somebody tell me that life happened, or something else came up that they've been wanting to do or whatever. Fine. That's okay. But tell me. That's okay. This guy wouldn't. He would just ghost him. On multiple occasions. So, and he always kept, you know, giving him another shot. Well, the last ghosting incident, they were playing a D&D game in person, like live in person, with the shitty friend, our adopted, not adopted son. We call him our adopted son. He's not quite young enough to be our kid, but he's close. But we treat him like he's our kid. It was an old work friend. And I think there was somebody else that was also playing. I don't know if they were playing remotely and logging in with a laptop. But there was other people involved. It wasn't just the shitty friend and the husband. And shitty friend was like, oh yeah, my work said that I can use the conference room at my job where we can play. They don't care as long as, you know, I'm off the clock. And the husband was kind of skeptical about this. He's like, really? That doesn't sound quite right. And he's like, no, they're cool, they're cool. They don't care. I'm like, okay. So they played a couple of weeks at this location. What? And then they were supposed to go for the next session. Husband had to drive, maybe a good half an hour, 45 minutes to where dude worked. And he got there with our friend, with our adopted son friend. And shitty friend wasn't there. And they're like, okay, like what's going on? Then they thought, well, maybe he ran to get something to eat real quick. He'd be right back. So they started calling him. Wasn't answering his phone. Trying to text him, wasn't answering. They sat up there in the parking lot waiting for almost an hour and a half before the two of them decided to go get something to eat and come home, I think. And he was real mad. Like, I was mad too. Like, not a word was spoken. And then out of nowhere, months later, the dude called my husband and was like, yeah, you want to go see the Star Wars movie that was opening on Christmas Day? And he's like, no. I was like, it's Christmas Day. Because I'm spending it with my wife. And he's like, besides, you ghosted me. How do I even know you're gonna show up? And, his current wife, well, I guess his wife, I don't think he married the other girl, was very suspicious, and we thought that we were going out to breakfast with just him, and she came along, and she was there, and we're like, hi, this is super awkward because we weren't expecting another person. Like, she didn't trust him to be out with us, which was weird. So we're like, okay, interesting. So now every so often, since that, we will get phone calls on...
I do feel the urge to point out they did finally die down after I told them not to.
Well, I didn't get that far in the story. And I think we got a couple on our house phone too for a little bit, where people were calling looking for this friend. And we thought it was kind of like, we're dumb. At first we thought they were looking for we thought one person said they were looking for a female, and we're like, that's really weird that a female would have the same name as this guy. Like, that's so strange, because we're stupid. And, so weird. Like, it would go, like, months where we wouldn't hear anything, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, we'd start getting batches of phone calls of people looking for this guy. And we're like, the hell is this? A lot of them started coming from Lowe's. And we're like, no. Now, we have purchased things from Lowe's, so we do have an account there, I guess. Because we had to get some appliances from there at times. And, most recently, we started getting phone calls from Lowe's. And I'm like, why is Lowe's calling? Because we had just ordered a stove. And we're like, oh no, don't tell us there's something wrong, that they're going to be late because we really need this stove. And it was about something else entirely. And we're like, that's not us. When we went in there to get the stove, we were talking to the one representative. And she's like, okay, so your cell phone number is this? And we're like, yeah. And then they're like, okay, and this name? And Russell's like, no, not that name. That name shouldn't be associated with the account whatsoever. I'm somebody entirely different. What we think happened was that, trying to be a prick, shitty friends went around to different stores and was telling them that Russell's cell phone number was his. And somehow, like, linking the accounts or whatever to each other. We never paid for any of his stuff. He always had a separate, different payment. But it was like, forced him to pop back up in our lives inadvertently, and we're like, dude, what the hell? Russell actually got a hold of him and like was ripping him a new one. He's like, you need to tell these people that this is not your phone number. And we somehow, and I can't remember how, it took a lot of legwork, we got his current cell phone number. So now when people started calling looking for him, we're like, no, you got the wrong number. This is his right cell phone number. And we flipped it back to him. And suddenly the calls seemed to stop after a little bit. The one night we got super pissed. We had a text message or something pop up about a Lowe's order. We thought we had been hacked and that somebody was trying to purchase something at Lowe's under our name and like somehow get us to pay for it. And he's like trying to get a hold of Lowe's customer service, and he did, and he goes, this isn't me. He goes, I don't know why I got this text message about this order. He's like, I didn't order anything. And we canceled the order. It was supposed to be an in-store pickup for in the morning. We canceled it because we had no idea what was going on. We're like, no, cancel that shit. And I think his friend got pissed off because they had to go and pick it up because it was like a bunch of house paint and shit. And I'm like, well, maybe if we didn't play stupid games and fucked around, you know, this wouldn't be a problem. But, you know, once we started having that happen, we're like, oh no, we're done with this. Because we got burned before, where we got a phone call from New York on our house line the one night. It was like 11 o'clock at night or something. We're like, what the fuck? And dude's like, yeah, did you order like some pizzas and shit? And we're like, no, you got the wrong number. And he's like, really? He goes, that was the number on the order. And we're like, yeah. And he seemed really confused. He's like, all right, sorry. And we didn't think anything of it until like a day or two later. We were checking, I don't know, we went to go get something, or we had to pay for something, and we noticed that the money wasn't right in our checking account. And we're like, what is this $50 charge for Domino's in New York City. Like, what the hell? We never did get that money back. We disputed it, but because it was on a debit card, we didn't get it back. It wasn't enough money to go to court over. It would have cost more than the $50 to try to fight it. So we kind of got screwed on that. So now, when, you know, anything weird pops up, we're like, oh, no, 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 immediately disputing it. And being like, no, no, that's not us. We were never charged for that in-store pickup, but we were afraid we were about to be. So we're like, no. And when we were talking to the representative that was helping us order our stove, she's like, yeah, this name's in here several times. And we're like, no, no, remove that shit. That name is not on our account. She's like, okay. Like, I'm not saying you did it, but somebody here allowed that name to be attached, and no, we can't be having that. And it happened before when we had ordered something under my dad's name there. And then it finally clicked for the husband. He goes, that's why that was like that. He goes, that's what he had to have done. We haven't had anybody else call looking for him in quite a while. Hopefully we're done with that shit now. Because that was just ridiculous. Just so effing childish. We're like, really? I don't know. Alright, I'm gonna have to, I guess, leave that one there. So this might get kind of close to that section. Don't know if I can... do anything here to make that any better. I had such a heck of a time getting this in. Oh, did it reset it because I touched it? What's the problem? Is it now not gonna run? Okay, that's undoing my rock work. Oh, what's the problem now? Oh, there it goes. It was acting like there was a bigger problem. I need that to come back. I need you to come back here. It'll be back in a minute. Eventually. That was an animal adopted for cash. That's fine. Is it gonna come back? Okay. So I'm gonna have to stop it. It gets to about here. You coming? Now, I only have one car on here because it's shuttling. Okay, I guess about there. Alright. Oh. Did you forget?
Yeah, they forgot.
Oh no. We can't forget the Chimkin. They'll never speak to us again. They get a little tiny... they have, chicken jerky treats. They come in larger strips for the dogs, but we cut them down into tiny little bite-sized pieces because they're hella expensive. We have to finish filling in that gap. And they get one whenever they come inside. And of course, you can't give one doggo without giving the other. I'm surprised he wasn't sitting here poking the husband, being like, hey, hey, where's my chicken? Hey. Okay, I think our roof height is still pretty good. The underside of this is gonna be janky, but that's not really that much of a surprise. They're not gonna see that much of the roof anyway. So that's kinda caught up to there. So we got a little bit further to go with this guy. Trying to make sure we maximize our usage under here. Get every square bit of length of this that we can without overlapping too much. And there's going to be some overlap here and there. Alright, so I guess one more. You can actually be maybe about there. Okay, I think we're okay still up here. Seems like it. Alright. So we will keep encapsulating, I guess. At least on this side. For the moment. How do we want to do this one? Let's try that. That's a little bit better. This is a little bit straighter of an edge, I think. Not really, though. Okay, so if I put you there. You kind of hang out there. We'll go one more there. You see if I can get this layered in here the way I want it to be. Alright, can I turn you? I mean, I can, but are you gonna turn to do what I want you to? I suppose. Is another matter altogether. Like, you can be a little bit underneath, just so long as we're not seeing the track down there. That's all that really matters. Alright, we still need to add a bit more to the top there. But I think we're... Oh, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. I hope your day is going well. I forgot I don't have stream avatars running, so it didn't do the announcement. I had to turn it off because it was getting chuggy. Or Planet Zoo was getting chuggy. But hello, I hope you are doing well. Hope your day is going well. Alright, when we last left off up here, we are working on getting our monorail all encapsulated here. Well, our shuttle, I guess. If I had had enough room, I probably would have called it the Bear Cave Shuttle, but I just didn't quite have enough room for the sign. So anyhow, if you're new here, my name is Nisey. There's always a lot of debate on how that is pronounced. But it is Nisey. Like your joint. And another word for the ocean. This guy needs to be readjusted here. So do you play Planet Zoo yourself? Today is a Planet Zoo day, obviously. We also are currently playing Coral Island at the moment. On Sundays. And Monday and Tuesday we do art things. Monday we try to do painting of some description. And Tuesdays we do needle felting. Oh, nice. I am currently on Sandbox. And I also have... Where did it go? I lost it. I also have Animal Death. There it is. Currently turned off. I don't know if I really need that. Just because it's easier to deal with at times. Oh, I hate working in this enclosed space. It's so tight. Alright. Where is... Okay, that is the spot that I need that. Only one of the feet are showing, though. Oh no, that one is only a 1 foot, right. Right. Duh. Okay, that can go there. So we have a cave system here that we have put our monorail in. We are going to be having it on shuttle service past the bear caves. I really wanted it to be a river rapid, but the vision just wasn't quite working out with the space I had available. You win some, you lose some. You finished your central habitat and plaza. Oh, yes, add. Sorry. Oh, okay. I didn't see it post my message at first. Do, 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 do. This is such a good soundtrack. The whole soundtrack is worth getting. If you're ever on the fence about purchasing it, I totally would. It's just great background noise. It's not too terribly distracting. is that? Is that a fly? Oh my god, it is. Why? Oh. We need a keeper. The keeper needs to deal with that. Okay. So, yeah, we're just enclosing our monorail thing here. I wanted it originally to be like a river going through the habitats, but like by them, kind of. But then I couldn't put it in shuttle mode because the boats don't do shuttle. So I kind of had to change my plan. So I decided to do monorail. And we're just gonna enclose it. I'm a bit of a slow builder. I get distracted easily. But here's the one side of the station so far. Oh, I didn't put any lights in here. I probably should. The entire build is archived on my YouTube channel under, I think, Tappy Feet Children's Zoo playlist. And this is build session, should be 40. Oh, I didn't change that in the title. This should be build session 42. I have to edit that. Build session 41 was last week. I copied the title from the YouTube archive and forgot to change it when we came over. So I still haven't done much with our entrance plaza. I figured I'd get back to it eventually. We've got a food court out here. I was gonna put like garden sculpture things in here, I think. Or maybe a modular gift shop. And I don't know what I was gonna do over here. It was either gonna be a restaurant or maybe restaurant, maybe gondola station? Maybe. But the trauma that is trying to to build the rides in this game, I was like, yeah, I don't want to think about that right now. But that is our main entrance. Oh, these conservation pieces, there we go, and the sun do not like each other. But we did a custom walkway. We've got buses for our spawn pads. We made custom bus wraps, I guess you could say, for those guys. We've got staff back of the house area, delivery gate, security station. That's a restaurant, but it's a lot of fiddly stuff, right? So let's go explore mode. So it takes a little bit of time. We did bus shelters here. We custom made our mascot, Tappy Feet the flamingo. And we've got our archways. I put some ceiling fans in here. And then we've got tickets and bathrooms, because, you know, everybody has to go to the bathroom before they come on in. Little fountainy guy. Bathrooms are there. Same thing on the other side of the building. And then we've got our info ticket booth. And then we've got our entrance. We custom made these gates that you can close in front of the entrance thingy. We've got a staff room here for the people working the front gate. And then I've got a security office here. And our very empty entrance plaza. But we've got our food court. This took forever to figure out. And to get them to actually use the picnic benches. They still don't always use them. I guess there's not quite enough room on each side, but every so often they'll use one. And then we've got bathroom, ATM. I kind of used the same bus station covering for the ATM guy. What's that on the side? Oh, that's just my ATM letters. I'm like, what did I put the pink that was there? We got a bathroom, of course, right here. And so it's a children's zoo, so I'm kind of going off of an alphabet theme. Excuse me. That's a staff entrance to go to the back there. And I've got another staff building here. And we've custom made some statuary, so that's supposed to be an anteater. It took me forever to find a piece that was going to be suitable for the tail. And then, you know, the whole A is for anteater. We've got a little display here. And then little shaded canopy. Kind of makes you feel like you're hiding in the leaves, looking at them. Kind of, sort of. And then we have A is for axolotls. Not many A exhibit animals. Got another bathroom tucked in there. We have an information station here. And then we got this place. Lots of skylights and cattails. And we made this guy. That was kind of a pain in the ass to make. Because the whole time I was trying to make him, he kept looking a bit obscene. It's not much better now, to be perfectly honest, but... We've got all this stuff here, and we've got the A is for axolotl up there. I actually do have... This building's not... I have staff area on the back. And the keeper hut for them tucked back here. So, I mean, the building's not completely enclosed, the back's open. But I did it this way so the keeper could, like, tend to them through the backside. I'm not sure if they actually do, but that was the attempt. I know, power turbine here. And then we've got some more information, learning stations here. This was a last minute addition because people were so hot and thirsty. It was the Gulpy stand. The Gulpy slush. I need to finish landscaping over here. I haven't come back this way yet. It was sort of a, oh crap, let me throw this in. And then I went back to doing what I was doing. And I haven't come back since. So we have over here, A is for alligator. And we custom made a little alligator guy here in a pond. And then we've got our supposedly two, oh, there, 1 and 2 alligators in here. And we've got the keeper hut right there attached to the back of it. We also put in bathrooms right here. It's a little bit from the last bathroom. And we have a gift shop row behind it. So back here, we've got some display windows of stuff you could purchase using the modular shop items. And then we've got these guys here and another window showing off of things that you could buy. And then over here we have our restaurant, Swamp Grass Cafe, little alligator symbol, and this guy has this floor seating right here. There is an upper seating area at the very top. And we custom made a playground. This was a little challenging, trying to find the pieces that would quite fit, and we kind of color themed it to the restaurant. We have another staff entrance area here to go to this section in the back. And then we've just finished building our monorail station. We have stroller parking. They don't have strollers in the game, but they had wagons. And when you go to zoos nowadays, you'll see a lot of parents toting the kids around in these pulling wagons. So I just kind of made them rental wagons that are just kind of parked in there with different numbers on each one. And we just put this sign in this morning, or today really. And entrances on that side. And we kind of tried to make it like a stone building in the woods kind of feel. And we've got glass up in there, and then in through the cave system. We also have back of the house. I'll only run through one side because they're kind of similar. To each other, just in different sections. So we've got a security office right here with a little tiny security parking lot. There, I have a service road going through here for deliveries or animal drop-offs or whatever. This is a staff room with some picnic benches outside. And we've got a vet building here, vet surgery, and then I did a tiny little quarantine area on the back. Not usable, of course, but, you know, the idea is there. And I've got the keeper huts for each of the bears on the back side here. So there's one, there's another one, and we've got like the entrances to their habitats. And then we have a quarantine station back here, if I can get off the hedges. And we did a little bit of decorating in there, not much, just, you know, a couple enrichment toys, food, water dish, what you would normally see. And we've got the drop-off area for the quarantine. And so we've got another power station. And this is our delivery entrance exit area on this side. I put in another workshop over here, just so the keepers or the caretakers wouldn't have to run so far. Got our check-in building for our deliveries for this area. This was a bitch and a half to build. That is one of the Just a Momento, I believe, modular shop counters that you see in like, where is it? Like these guys. Oh wait, no it's not. No it's not. It's... Is it? It's actually a modular shop counter, I think. Yeah, I'm sorry. It is a souvenir shop counter. I don't know how I got the staff member to go away. I think I fired him. But... I'm stuck. How am I... How am I stuck up here? Excuse me. There we go. So, entrance one side, exit the other, so you kind of have to drive around, and then we've got a sign that we put in here, pointing the way to quarantine. We built a little food warehouse for all of the animals. So, like, food gets delivered here, and then they'll ship it off to respective keeper huts. More keeper huts down here. This was a regular staff room. And then I had this awkward space to fill. And I didn't know what to put down here. So I kind of just made a general storage area. And put some dumpsters and threw in like shovels and rakes and hoses and wheelbarrows, just extra stuff. I didn't know what to put in there. The road on this side only goes in and out. Doesn't loop around. I've got another staff room here. That's another keeper hut. And then this comes out on the other side at the other monorail station that we are trying to work towards. And there were a few buildings out there that we haven't done anything with yet. We just put those in today. Well, aside from the one staff room. That, this is... Okay, I put a null pathway in there. We're gonna have to fix that. That's when I was trying to figure out how I wanted to do the pathway. And ultimately decided it was just less trouble to use one of the queue paths. Although, I do wish they had a little bit more variety in the queue path look to them. I was trying to do a custom over top of it, but it wasn't quite wide enough. That was my own fault. I should have set it to 13 on the entrance, but then it would have squeezed in to get into the building. But it wouldn't have been noticeable if I had done the custom over top. And I was kind of squeezed in on space there. That's the staff room. I still have to put a facade on that. We haven't gotten there yet. I'll come back to it eventually. Eventually we'll get to putting stuff in over here. And so we just popped in. It is so slow in explore mode. We just popped in our exhibits here. This is going to be one of our beetles. I don't know which one yet. Haven't quite gotten that far yet. And we've got power station there. This is our keeper hut for the beetles. People and their damn balloons. I don't know why they decided that they were gonna... Oh. There's a mark on my screen that I thought was a balloon in the distance that I'm trying to click on to pop it. Jesus, I gotta clean this monitor. So yeah, so that's gonna go with that. I wanted to put them in place now before I got real far doing this. And then we've got our bears. Oh yeah, I think I'm on relook. So that is where we are at the moment. Oh, and this is in information booth that we just plunked down there as well. So right now we are working on enclosing. Actually, no, I think I did want standard. Freeze a little fast. So we're just working on our cave, basically. So all of the building sessions for this are archived on the YouTube channel, same name as here. So NiseyBGN over there as well. Don't think that's too low on the inside. I think we're okay there. That's a small guy. Just wanted to break up some of the flatness up here. Just a little bit. Ah! Maybe I did want free look. Standard feels a little fast too. That's a little better. Hey, no problem. Alright, where did we... Okay, I was actually... Now that I'm looking at this, I wasn't sure I had been. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I wasn't sure if I had been running that all the way, but now it kind of looks like I had started to. At least in places. It's kind of disorienting doing this upside down, I will say. Upside down and backwards at that. Okay, there's where I left off. Alright, do I not have any more feet here? There's one. Okay. See if I can just you. Okay, so this is about where we're up to. Okay. You are next. So you. Let me see here. If I can get you somewhat in position. Okay, so if I put you there. And this guy. Say there. Maybe there. Alright. I'm kind of edging this. With this rock here. Don't think it's... No, it shouldn't clip. We've got plenty of clearance. So that should be okay. Alright. I need to fix that as well. Alright, this guy. Gonna flip you up. So we have a slight gap there. Alright, that should be fine there. Let's see, how about you? You look like you're in about the right spot. Backstab, backstab. Yeah, no, hey, I get it. No problem. No worries. What time is it anyway? Okay. I'm starting to get hungry myself. We are having homemade pizza for dinner tonight. Still have to do a lighting pass down here. Gosh, the ceiling is so low. Oh, right, that's what that was for. Okay. Don't like that it's just kind of sitting there, though. So maybe we can kind of like put something under it to support it, maybe. That's a little better. Okay, so we got that, we got that. Okay, we need to come on up. So I think I still have to finish, yeah. Finish this bit up here. Closing in that gap. You know, so nobody throws anything down there. Or themselves. Although this does set up a situation where they could, hypothetically, climb into the animal habitats. But you know what? There's signs everywhere. And these are bears, so I guess if you really want to be that dumb, have at it. Okay, those sides are all good. Just trying to not have that encroach into that habitat too much. As long as these rocks don't suddenly decide to assign themselves to the habitat, I think we're okay. Alright, so this guy. Man, the handmade caves are always a bit tedious, I gotta say. At least for me. Like, we can get them looking decent, but that one cave that we made a while back in Streamland Park, that was huge. So many regrets on that one. I was like, oh, why did I do this? Like, I don't want to build this anymore. Your current zoo is a natural zoo, mostly a trail, but there's a sky walkway running through it. Nice. Yeah, I'm always terrible with these things. And I was like, oh yeah, let's do a custom fence. And then I'm like, oh god, I made a custom fence. So, because the other fences, they kind of worked, but weren't quite the right size. And I don't like the fence that came with this walkway when it's elevated. And this fence I can change the color on. It's not like an actual fence piece, though. What is this? This is the Twilight Portcullis. Am I saying that right? Portcullis. I keep adding a syllable in there. Gate section. Flipped on its side. There is a good amount of stuff that's flexi color in here. However, there's some things that I feel like should be flexi color and they're not. And I'm like, why? Why is this not a flexi color option? This is silly. Like, this totally needs to have a flexi color option. So did you pick up the American Animals pack? I'm curious. The Americas? The one that just came out. I was surprised by that pack coming out, to be perfectly honest. They hadn't released a pack in a while. They've been a little bit busy catching up console to PC. Not yet. I've picked it up. Oh, I haven't looked at the animals yet, though. I looked at the scenery stuff, and that looks kind of cool. The bench is a little narrow, but sometimes you need a narrow bench in order to get it into where you need it to be. I don't understand the confetti special effect that they added. I mean, I guess if you're doing a fiesta area, I don't know, maybe you could like have Mexalente shoot confetti off the building? I don't know. It seems like the wind would blow that and then the animals would, I don't know, you know, eat it. Kind of the same way I feel about the balloons. Like, why do we have balloons? But the guests love them. So, I mean, and I need more souvenir options at times, so I'm like, oh, great. I mean, I know they're digital animals, but that's not the point. It just feels weird putting a balloon in a zoo. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But I'm also one of those people that gets perturbed when people release balloons into the wild for whatever reason, and I'm like, you know that birds and water wildlife, if it makes it to a body of water, are gonna eat that and die, right? Like, that doesn't seem like something we should be doing, but okay. Alright, is that sticking up out of the walkway? Up too high. Okay. No, we seem good. Yeah, that's fine. You finished the flamingo habitat? I haven't looked at the new flamingo yet. I was really excited that we got another one. I didn't think we would be. Oh, I love it. I think I saw one person that did a look at the pack on YouTube, or at least I was only shown one person. I didn't specifically go hunting, to be clear. And the few moments I saw of them showing the new flamingo looked really good. Like, really good. I feel like the track gets a little bit skinnier down in here. Potentially. So our bear cave monorail has a view of the bears at ground level. Alright. So I might try to smooth this wall down a little bit. Maybe. I still have to landscape the outside, so I mean this is going to take a little bit. But the other monorail station at the end shouldn't take us nearly as long. Since I already know what we decided to build it with. That was half the battle. I was trying to figure out what I wanted to build the station out of. Seemed like. Aw, look at the bear. Chillin' by his chiller. Alright, so I do end up playing in pause a good amount of time since I'm not in franchise mode. Don't necessarily need to be making money on this one. So Streamland Park was the other zoo that I did for quite a while. That was a random wheel zoo. So I had two... Was it two? No. I had a random wheel and then I had an animal generator that I came across. So I would put different things on the wheel, like restaurant, concession stands, gift shops, animal habitat, animal exhibit, an education area, like all that stuff. And Then I'd spin the wheel and whatever we landed on was what we were gonna build. I'll tell you, that damn thing landed on restaurants so many times. At one point I had more restaurants than I had animals. It's like, you're killing me here. I know that's still a mess up there. We haven't finished that yet. Hey, no problem. Thanks for popping in. You have a good rest of your day. Appreciate it. Alright. So we won't be live that much longer today anyhow. Gonna be wrapping up in a little bit. I'm like, why isn't this not moving? But so far, I think we're coming along with our cave here. Not too terribly. We do need to come back in and redo, well, not redo, but do our rock terrain paint in here. Well, any other time. Today it's been fussy about doing that. Oh, okay. You got a little close to the tracks here. You all need to get moved back just a bit here. Did I actually move you? Didn't look like I did. I think we're still good clearance-wise. Alright. I'm probably gonna have to let it go back to the station and then come back again. So that way we can follow it forward. Make sure our heights are good here. Not sure where I want to put my lighting. I want to put it in the ceiling shining down, or if I want to put it in the bottom shining up. I mean, we could put it on this wall, shining this way, but it's gonna blind people in the face. I think I might put it underneath if it lets me. It might not. So I'm using rough rock. Terrain paint under here. Right. Oh, I don't know if I told you guys. They did confirm that it was a tornado that went through part of Fayetteville on Sunday. We were lucky because that was the storm that was over us. That they tagged tornado possible, and that storm did not get a full-fledged tornado warning on it. So I don't know how many people around here actually took tornado precautions on a severe thunderstorm tagged tornado possible. I don't know how many people actually do, because down here the culture is, oh, I want to go outside and see it. No. Like, I don't know if they really took it seriously. I don't think anybody was injured or anything, but, it did go through. I can't pull this in too far, right? But I also didn't want it to... No, no, no. Okay. So we lucked out. Last tornado that came through our town was like back in Halloween. And that one did do some damage. Not to our property, but to a fair number of places in town. And in fact, they were still repairing that damage. I think in like January. I guess they were waiting on insurance claims or whatever. But it took them a long time. Oh shit, which one's up? Top of the... Okay. Oh wait. Do I need to fill that in? Need to? I guess I don't need to. No. Could you cooperate just a little bit? Please. Did you come up through the pathway? Oh, hold on, guys. Okay, never mind. He's been getting a lot of spam calls on his cell phone, too. Well, at least it lets us travel through the rocks a bit here. A bit better than the pathway. I want this piece. If possible. Pause. You should be chunky enough to cover the posts from our signs. Poke it on through. Alright, this guy. We need to duplicate you. And see, if I can attempt to get you in here without coming through the glass. Alright. Well, I could have brought you up a little higher though. Well, not too high. I can't have you sticking up here. Okay, good enough. Alright, so we've made some good progress on the tunnel, I think. So I've had to keep stopping and adding stuff to the outside and doing some adjustments here and there. This is going to be one of our beetles. Keeper hut for those beetles. I mean, I guess technically we could try squeeze in another beetle here. But I think that's going to be kind of tight. So I think I'm going to extend this building one out here, one out here. Like one block. And then here I think we might do like a little maybe garden-y thingy. We do our B is for bears here. One set of beetles. So there are 3 beetles. One set of beetles there. This is kind of tight. We can do that pathway down there is rounded. We can probably do another info booth down here. So there's where the queue is on this side. Or we could like offset you to there. We might do that. Right? I'm okay with that. And let's see. We can do so if we do a B is for bears up there on that ramp. We can do a B is for bears here. Guess we could do another B is for bears here. But these two are kind of my bigger sections. So this is what happens when I plan stuff on the fly. So we've got Goliath beetle, scarab beetle, titan beetle. I didn't mean to close that. So maybe scarab beetle here. I don't know what I'm doing with these yet, right? We could. No, that's not enough room. No. I need a guest. I need a set of guests. Guests. I need a set of guests. Hi, friends. Can I borrow you? Go stand there for a second. No, it's too close to the track, and where it's not too close to the track, it's not high enough. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Got that beetle. Is that gonna look right though? 1, 2. Beetle, skip. Beetle. Skip. Beetle. I could do that. These are a little... I'm not changing these pathways. I refuse. They line up with the staff cut through. So... Okay, we'll do a beetle here. And we'll do a beetle here. I think we'll do Titan beetle here. And then maybe Goliath beetle here. Titan beetle is going to be a little tight. But I think we'll be okay. And then I can do a B is for bears here. A B is for bears here. And that should work out there. Hi, buddy. What's up? Is you hungies? Does you need a snackid? I need a snackid. It's time for snackids. Yes? Snackids! Do you want a snackid? No, you're not gonna bork? You don't always. Alright. So we have a plan in place for next week. We've got some of our cave done. Not as much as I would have liked, but it's me, so I'm not surprised. And what we have gotten done isn't bad. Because I'm trying to not make it just flat. I am trying to give it a little bit of height. We still have the landscape around it. So this isn't its finished form. I still need to get some grassy bits and tree bits and all that stuff tucked in around here. So don't fret. It's not just final look. But we'll figure more out as we go. Maybe we can... I don't know if we're going to build a bear statue. We might try to build a bear statue. I mean, there's a couple in-game, but we'll see. We'll see. I have to think about that. But yeah, so I will see everybody on Sunday. we're still working through Coral Island achievements so that we can get back around to spring. Again, we're still in spring. We're going to finish this spring out, but the fruit trees that we need to complete the Guardian mural in that vanished. So we're growing new ones, and they're going to take the entire season to grow. So we're not going to get any fruit off of them. So we'll have to wait another spring. But in the meantime, I'm going to try to get what other achievements we can. There's a cook all of the things. There's a craft all of the things. We have to get our combat achievement up. But we have to be friends with a whole bunch more people. So we've got some things to work on. So I will see you all on Sunday for that. Don't forget to follow the socially links. That'll take you to the Ko-fi, the Blue Sky, where I am posting photo updates on what I'm working on off of stream, which is a large 36 by 48 canvas that we are plastering in tissue paper twists to make a sunset with flamingos on it. I've been working on that since January. And I think we're maybe a third done. Not quite halfway. And I'll be posting those photos if I'm able to get work done on it this week. We'll see. It's supposed to be stormy, so I don't know. But we'll see what happens with that. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their week. Stay safe out there, because there's going to be some more thunderstorms trucking through the middle of the country, and I saw a tornado possible, and I think we might have been in that. Tornado possibility increased again for this weekend. Welcome to spring severe season once again. So I will see everybody Sunday. You guys have a good one, and until next time.